Dan?
Cek 1, 2, 3. Bali Padma Buana, Bali-Bhuwana Waskita, Bali-Bhuwana Waskita. Institut Seni Indonesia dan Pasar, Bali Padma Buana, Bali-Bhuwana Waskita 2, Global Arts Credibility Conference, Arga Tirta Sidi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated, and I have a note to make before we begin today's conference. I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this conference for today. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid the interruptions, and for all the participants by Zoom, please turn on the camera and turn off for the audio. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Governor of Central Java, Ganjar Pranowo SH.MIP, the Honorable Director of Indonesian Institute of the Arts Denpasar, Professor Dr. Iwayan Kun Adnyana, Respectable Vice Rector for Planning and Cooperation Affairs of ISI Denpasar, Professor Dr. Iko Mangsudirga SS M.Hum, all the invited speakers, participants, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessed for all of us. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the Bali-Bhuwana Waskita 2 Global Arts Creativity Conference with the theme Arga Tirta Siddhi, Energy of Water and Related Creative Prospects for today, Thursday, November 10th, 2022, held by hybrid, online or offline. And first of all, let us pray and praise God. Because of His blessing and mercy, we can come together without any obstacle, here with the healthy conditions in this international conference. We please you all rise. Kami persilakan untuk bisa berdiri. Pray based on individual beliefs. Pray begins. Pray ends. Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Have a seat. Kami persilakan duduk kembali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's open this seminar ceremony with the report by the chair of this international conference, Nyoman Dewi Febriani, MA, PhD. The time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Good morning, Om Nama Buddhaya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, the Governor of Central Java, Bapak Ganjar Pranowo, SHMIP, the Honorable Director of Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar, the Honorable of Vice Rectors, the Honorable of invited speakers, moderators, and all the distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thank you for all participants and committee to this international conference, the second Bali-Bhuwana Waskita, which held from the 10th to 11 November 2022. The event is held annually as part of Bali-Bhuwana that support Global Bali Art Creativity Hub. And this conference, we have the keynote speaker, Bapak Ganjar Pranowo. In addition, also there are 10 influential invited speakers from all over the world with experts in their field of knowledge in arts, culture, music, designs, and performing arts. Also, there are 24 call for paper presenters that comes from various backgrounds and institutions. Once again, thank you very much for your kind attention, and please joining the international conference with full joy and respect. And hopefully, through this seminar, can foster academic climate and exchange of knowledge. Thank you, and Om Santi, Santi, Santi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda would be an opening speech. Allow us to invite Professor Dr. Iwayan Kudadnyana as Director of the Indonesian Institute of the Arts Denpasar to deliver his opening speech for this international conference.
Thank you so much, Dewi. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam namo buddhaya, rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Big welcome, the Honorable, the Governor of Central Java, Bapak Ganjar Pranowo, SHMIP. All invited speakers, Professor Steve Dixon, UK, as the President of LaSalle Arts College, Singapore. Rhoda Grower, producer and writer, USA. Professor Philip Pirotti, art critic, Belgium. Siang Koto, PhD, writer, France. Epika Sono, artist, Indonesia. Dr. Nantinda Chandransu, Associate Professor, Thailand. Lucian Sparsia, PhD, composer, Romania. Anelo Capuano, composer, Italia. Dr. Jo Istri Ratnakora and Dr. Igusti Putusudarta, both are from Indonesian Institute of the Arts of Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia. And also all the call paper presenters that I have brought of artists, humanities, designers, and academic of art and design from all over Indonesia, as well as foreign countries who participate as participants, which I also respect. Vice Rectors, Dean of Faculty of Performing Arts, Dean of Faculty of Fine Arts and Design, Head of Baru, and all leaders, lecturers, administration staff, and also thank you to the entire committee of the Bali-Bhuwana Waskita Second International Conference, a series of Bali-Bhuwana in 2022 for preparing this conference. The Bali-Bhuwana Waskita Forum brings together global, reputable academics, artists, maestros, and experts into a scientific dialogue that enlightens, inspires, and responds to the late challenges in the creative field of the world. Art and design are discussed fiercely, intelligently, creatively, and genuinely, linked to the thematically carried out by this international conference. Since the first Bali-Bhuwana Waskita International Conference last year, it has always been awaited by the academic community as it brings up new perspectives that are root and factual and become the creative practices of world artists and designers. Bali-Bhuwana Waskita has always been an inclusive forum, bringing together diverse perspectives, frameworks of thought, and cross-disciplinary sciences. At this important occasion, as Director of Indonesian Institute of Arts of Denpasar, Indonesia, I proudly present the second Bali-Bhuwana Waskita International Conference from the 10th and 11th of November 2022. Besides, this conference also invites global reputable speakers to join, as well as especially we invite the Governor of Central Java, Mr. Ganjar Pranowo SIMEV, as the keynote speakers, someone who is always present, is brilliant, and is admired by the people of Indonesia. Of course, all of this is a form of trust and honor for Indonesian Institute of the Art of Denpasar, Indonesia, in transforming into a world-class university, as well as successfully realizing our new motto of the Global Bali Arts and Creativity Center Hub, or GBE, bringing together and building synergies and collaboration across nations and countries in advancing world arts and culture. The theme of the conference, Arga Tirta Siddhi, Energy of Water and Related Creative Prospects, is relevant to the world's macro-social conditions, which are also seriously discussing the issue of the availability of clean water and sanitation. Likewise, the meaning of water in the context of the integrity of the universe also concerns matter relating to renewable energy sources. When I attend a fine art workshop in Dubai Expo Series at the Indonesian Pavilion from the end of 2021 to the beginning of 2022, the world attention was focused on the issue of water, both groundwater and sea and ocean. Almost all pavilions of countries in the world questioning this theme, including Indonesia, which present maritime wealth, one of which refer to the shipping of spices across nations and countries. Looking at the cultural treasures of the archipelago, the practice of breathing water and various levels from profane to sacred has become a living tradition among various ethnic groups. Breathing water in ritual tradition, for example, is always related to effort to conserve water resources, from maintaining lakes, springs, rivers, seas, and oceans. The noble wisdom of Bali knows Sadkerti, the beginner and outer intention to protect, care for, and glorify the six sources of prosperity and happiness. Two of them are related to water, namely Danukerti, purification and glorification of lakes and water sources, and Segarkerti, purification and glorification of ports and seas. The six noble pillars of wisdom of Bali were carried by Governor of Bali, Dr. Wayan Koster, as the vision of Bali development. In art practice, from time to time, artists and art workers have never been separated from the orientation of interpreting water in various aspects and paradigms. Water from the visible as a liquid until it is sacredly purified into tirtha is the source of life, the medium of healing, and also the orientation of happiness. Water comes directly as a representation of the world, producing a variety of visual style, motion motif, and sound nuances, including animated waves. Water is absent in the form, sound, motion, and wave linked to various narrative, place, and also abstraction about water. In the mythology of the world of heaven, it is said that the gods fought against the giant for Tirtha Amrita, the water of life. In today, world society, they often fight over water resources. In fact, once the local wisdom of Bali, as Subak, has taught us all water management for agriculture wisely, share and support each other. That is how water always provokes aspiration as well as the foundation of inspiration for all generations on earth. Because water is an integral part of the universe. Its existence must be preserved to avoid mass annihilation and the disappearance of life. All living need water. For that, let us move in various manifestations of life practices to always maintain, care for, purify, and at the same time glorify water, like a holy praise through a mantra to purify water into tirtha. To all invite speakers and call for paper speakers, as well as all international conference participants, welcome to dialogue, discussing, and inspiring each other. Salam sehat dan bahagia from Gdansk City, Polandia. Rahayu. Om Santi Santi Santi. Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rahayu.
much for the Rector of East Denpasar for the opening speech by online for today. And ladies and gentlemen, we would proudly present to you video teaser of Bali-Bhuwana Waskita 2. Dear honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this special international conference, we would like to invite our keynote speaker, Bapak Ganjar Pranowo SH MEP, the Governor of Central Java. The time is yours.
Ketika politik tidak mampu menyatukan, ketika perekonomian dan teknologi terkadang melahirkan kesenjangan, maka ada ruang kesenian dan kebudayaan untuk memperjuangkan kemanusiaan. Hadirin sekalian, menjelang akhir tahun 1812, 10 pemuda Jawa berjalan melewati sebuah gerbang di kota Bogor. Di balik gerbang itu berdiri megah sebuah istana yang sangat megah dan tentu saja luas. Berbeda dari bangunan istana-istana kerajaan yang pernah mereka lihat di Yogyakarta maupun Surakarta. Dengan perasaan minder, mereka berjalan sambil memandangi hamparan rumput serta pohon dan kolam yang menambah asri istana itu. Sedikit mengobati perasaan itu, mereka saling mengingatkan. Hari ini mereka dipanggil untuk ngasih pelajaran bagaimana menghormati dan menghidupi sebuah karya seni kepada kompeni. Dengan segala ketakjubannya, 10 pemuda itu berjalan di belakang pemilik istana, melewati satu persatu bagian istana. Setelah mereka tiba di depan sebuah ruangan, pemilik istana membuka pintu dan membuat 10 pemuda itu kaget. 2 set gamelan agung tertata rapi di hadapannya. Berbeda dari gamelan biasa, setiap instrumen dari gamelan itu terdapat ukiran indah, sosok naga dan burung merak. Itu adalah gamelan Istana Yogyakarta yang sudah berpindah kepemilikan ke tangan Sir Thomas Stamford Raffles, Gubernur Hindia Belanda waktu itu. Dan 10 pemuda Jawa itu dipanggil khusus oleh Raffles untuk memainkan sekaligus mengajarkan. Biasanya Raffles akan berlama-lama menikmati alunan gamelan itu, dari siang sampai dengan tengah malam. Sejak saat itulah Raffles jatuh cinta pada orkestra Van Java. Bahkan saat kembali ke Inggris pada tahun 1815, 2 set gamelan itu jadi barang wajib yang dia bawa. Bahkan di rumahnya, dia menyiapkan ruang khusus untuk menyimpan gamelan bernama The Museum. Itulah untuk pertama kalinya gamelan tiba di Eropa setelah 1000 tahun lebih keberadaannya. Karena bukti tertua keberadaan gamelan terlukis dengan sangat indah di relief Candi Borobudur yang dibangun pada abad 8 Masehi oleh Wangsa Sailendra. Hadirin sekalian, karena sifatnya yang universal, kesenian tidak bisa dihancurkan bahkan oleh senjata pemusnah massal. Dia selalu menjadi penambah nilai yang bisa merasuk kemana saja dan menjadi bagian dari kondisi apa saja. Tanpa seni, Bali bisa jadi apa? Tanpa seni, Prancis, Italia, India, Cina, bahkan Amerika tidak akan jadi apa-apa. Dari seni, sebuah idealitas bisa dilahirkan. Maka di samping kursi pemimpin-pemimpin besar dunia, duduk seorang penasihat seni. Tentu kita tahu bagaimana sosok Iskandar Agung, Harun al-Rashid, Winston Churchill, Dwight Eisenhower, sampai Jimmy Carter tidak bisa terlepas dengan seni. Bahkan Presiden pertama Indonesia, Bung Karno, darah keseniannya mengalir sangat deras. Bahkan berkat kecintaannya terhadap kesenian, beliau mengkampanyekan Bali sebagai surga terakhir di bumi. Wow. Karena tanah ini jadi tempat berpadunya antara keindahan kesenian, keindahan alam, dan kemajuan. Kesadaran spirit itu telah tertanam di warganya bahkan sejak dalam kandungan. Artinya, masyarakat Bali memiliki kesadaran penuh bahwa kekuatan kesenian, kekuatan alam yang dipadu dengan kemajuan mampu melahirkan kemakmuran. Tatanan itu semakin diperkuat dengan intensnya proses yang dijalani para praktisi dan tokoh intelektualnya. Perpaduan antara kesadaran masyarakat, proses berkarya, praktisi, serta pengawalan oleh kaum intelektual, itulah yang hari ini ingin kita tularkan kepada seluruh warga Indonesia. Saya membayangkan seluruh daerah di Indonesia bisa jadi seperti Bali, yang bangga dan mampu mengolah kekayaan daerahnya, diolah sesuai karakter dan kearifan setempat. Yang Aceh, dengan segala macam tata kehidupan di sana, kita olah dan optimalkan keseniannya, kebudayaannya, kekayaannya, dan keindahan alamnya. Proses berkaryanya kita perkuat. Ruang pertunjukan dan pameran kita buat. Intelektualitasnya kita perkuat. Infrastruktur dan tata kelolanya juga kita garap. Maaf seribu maaf. Dengan optimalisasi itu semua, saya yakin Aceh akan menjadi pusatnya kesenian dan kebudayaan Islam dunia. Begitu juga untuk Sumatera Utara, Sumatera Barat, Lampung, Jawa Barat, Sulawesi Selatan, Kalimantan Barat, NTB, Ambon, sampai Papua jauhnya. Dimanapun daerahnya, di seluruh Republik Indonesia, tata kelola kesenian dan kebudayaan harus jadi motor penggerak kemakmuran. Inilah yang saya kira sebagai penerjemahan mimpi Bung Karno agar kita semua berkepribadian dalam kebudayaan. Kemana arahnya? Arahnya adalah menciptakan mindset bahwa kesenian bukan sekedar hiburan, tapi sebuah stimulan yang memang dibutuhkan untuk memperbaiki tatanan. Entah itu kesenian yang mengangkat persoalan kehidupan, maupun kesenian yang melukiskan keindahan bulan dan bintang-bintang. Untuk bisa merealisasikan itu, lembaga-lembaga maupun institusi-institusi kesenian harus dioptimalkan. Ruang-ruang pertunjukan dan ruang pameran harus dihidupkan. Diskusi dan penelitian mau tidak mau harus banyak dihadirkan. Karena kesenian ini adalah pisau. Semakin sering dia digunakan, semakin sering pula dia akan diasah, maka tajamlah pisau itu. Dan Bali-Bhuwana ini adalah ruang pengasah yang mesti dihadirkan di banyak tempat di seluruh Indonesia. Mestinya, soal anggaran tidak lagi jadi persoalan. Jika kita rela menghabiskan setumpuk uang untuk membangun infrastruktur keamanan demi melindungi negara, maka kesenian dan kebudayaan tidak boleh disepelekan. Karena kesenian dan kebudayaan adalah benteng negara. Karena kesenian dan kebudayaan adalah bentengnya Indonesia. Jika benteng ini rapuh, rapuhlah Indonesia. Jika benteng ini hancur, hancurlah Indonesia. Maka sudah menjadi kewajiban bagi seluruh pemimpin di Republik ini, dari kepala negara sampai kepala desa, memiliki awareness, memiliki kepedulian yang besar terhadap kesenian dan kebudayaan. Jika Amerika, negara-negara Eropa, Cina, Qatar, Uni Emirat Arab, Jepang, Korea, bahkan India mampu membranding dan menaikkan martabat negaranya lewat karya seni, Indonesia mestinya jauh lebih bisa. Jangankan provinsi dan kabupaten, di tingkat desa saja di seluruh Indonesia punya kok kearifan kesenian dan kebudayaan masing-masing. Indonesia ini super kaya, sangat kaya. Kita harus sadar dan mengakui agar kita tidak mati tertimbun kekayaan sendiri. Apakah pertunjukan tari kecak di Uluwatu tidak bisa kita adopsi ke daerah lain? Tentu saja bisa, sangat bisa. Pertanyaannya, tinggal kita mau atau tidak. Kalau mau, ayo kita lakukan. Ini baru satu contoh. Dan masih banyak sekali yang bisa kita adopsi dari Bali untuk kita terapkan di daerah lain. Kenapa kesenian dan kebudayaan seluruh daerah mesti kita optimalkan? Ketika situasi dunia kacau balau karena persoalan politik dan ekonomi, kesenian dan kebudayaanlah yang bisa menguatkan. Karena dari ruang kesenian, perdamaian dan kemakmuran bisa kita ciptakan dengan keindahan. Selamat mengikuti seluruh rangkaian International Festival Bali-Bhuwana 2022. Energy of Water and Related Creative Prospects. Karena kalian sudah tiba di Bali, maka harus menikmati segala keindahan agar kebahagiaan yang kalian rasakan bisa tertahan lama. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for the delightful speech by our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the conference in the first sessions, and these presentations will be delivered by 3 invited speakers, and also this agenda will be guided by Igede Made Indra Sadguna, PhD, as the moderator. And we will give the time to the moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Dewi. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom. Good morning and welcome to the second Bali-Bhuwana Waskita Global Art Creativity Conference. Thank you for joining us either in person or virtually from all around the globe in this wonderful conference hosted by the Indonesian Institute of the Arts in Denpasar, Bali. I would like to thank the Rector of ISI Denpasar for the opening remarks and also Mr. Ganjar Pranowo for the keynote speech. Also to the committee for organizing this conference. My name is Indra Sadguna and I will be your moderator today for today's panel of invited speakers. So this event aims to be a vehicle for the diffusion of academic concepts and creation proposed by writers and scholars worldwide. This event is part of the Bali-Bhuwana International Festival, which establishes fora where new, creative, and challenging ideas in the various fields of art, design, and culture are elaborated and debated in cross-cultural and interdisciplinary approaches. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for today's conference is Arga Tirta Siddhi, the energy of water and related creative prospects. All the issues pertaining to the availability and quality of the sea and land water are expected to be the basis on which the seminar participants create physical artworks or bring forward ideas to be implemented. It is well known that artists and creative intellectuals are worried by the condition of rivers, lakes, and above all, the seawater, which is a fundamental issue for the future of humanity. We believe that scientists, artists, and creative intellectuals can come forward with original ideas and creation, and who knows, generate the dynamics that may contribute to solving the issue. In Balinese tradition, ancestors are said to become water or toya. When they reincarnate, they become the water drops, or titisan ware, or dew, damu. This shows that the symbolic system of the island is closely related to the ecology of Bali, the prosperity of which rests on mountain, lakes, and a sophisticated irrigation system. In the first session of today, I am very excited to be joined by prominent scholars, academics, and artists from around the world to discuss this topic in more in-depth. We have 3 speakers in this session, which are Dr. Jean Coutu from France, our second speaker, Professor Steve Dixon from Singapore, and our third speaker, Dr. Nantida Chandransu from Thailand. So before beginning the session, I would like to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Jean Coutu has joined us today here live from the studio. Dr. Jean Coutu is a multilingual writer who publishes extensively on a variety of genres and topics in French, English, and Indonesian. A graduate of the School of Social Sciences in Paris and guest lecturer for the postgraduate at ISI Denpasar. His writings cover a wide range of styles and topics. He is a reputed specialist of Balinese culture. Among his publications are Bali, 50 Years of Change, in 2022 with Eric Bouvelot, Now Bali 1 in 2005, Now Bali 2 in 2008, Puri Lukisan in 2000, Bali Inspires in 2011, and Time, Rights and Festivals in Bali in 2013 with George Bouquet. He is equally well known as a curator and art writer. He was senior editor of the contemporary art magazine, Sea Arts. He has written hundreds of reviews in newspapers and magazines such as Gatra, Tempo, Kompas, as well as books on several of the most important Indonesian artists such as Afandi, Sirhadi Sudarsono, Walter Spies, Igusti Nyoman Lempad, Arifin Neif, Madewianta, and Joko Pekik. He has also written biographies of several Indonesian public figures and contributed to journals such as Archipel and Labanian, not to mention short stories here and there. He was the translator into Indonesian of seminal French writers such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Michel Foucault. He is frequently asked to be a guest or keynote speaker at various nationals, such as the Lemhanas in 2021, and in international events. He is presently best known in Indonesia for his regular Udar Rasa columns, published in the Sunday cultural page of the national newspaper Kompas. A book of these columns, Indonesiaku, has been published in 2017. He is also well known for his articles on Balinese culture, published monthly in English in Now Bali magazine. He is now preparing the publication of another collection of his articles and stories on Balinese culture. So without further ado, let us invite our first speaker, Dr. Jean Coutu, to deliver his presentation. The time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. I find myself with the difficult task to link water and creativity. So, faced with this problem, I decided to get into the deepest layer of Balinese society. To do as if Bali had never been Indianized. To discuss water as it still exists, as it still is thought by the Balinese at the deepest level of their culture. Of course, what I'm going to say is to some extent speculative here. And I certainly don't want to link it to religion such as it is still practiced today. But by delving into the pre-Hindu aspect of Balinese society, such as is still visible through water, the way water is thought, I hope to spur creativity in the field of the arts, especially in the field of dance. So let's start by what I have to say. And to do that, let's start from where down as rain. Why do I say that? Because according to tradition, the mountain is where the deified ancestors reside, in a place called as the old country, Gumi Ane Waya. Once the ancestors have been purified in Balinese rites here, how are they called? What is the symbolism attached to them? They are usually said to have become to have become water. Thus, there is an association between ancestors' cult, water, and indeed mountain. If the ancestor dwell above the mountain as water, they incarnate. And how do they incarnate? In the deepest level of Balinese tradition. They incarnate as drops, titisan. From the point of view of the clans, they are said to be wari. They are said to be pi, wari, enche. And if you go to a shaman to get information from your ancestors about the problem you are faced with, what the shaman is going to say, or rather, what is the ancestor going to say through the Balian's mouth? Is going to say, Chening, Damui Change, Apa Pangidi Chening and Bapa. So people will incarnate as deemed symbolically, but it might be part of a belief, as deemed to be due. Those things are quite extraordinary, actually. To see that ancestors are called water, and when they incarnate, when they take a human form, not a so clean one, they are called pea, they are called drop, and they are called dew. So, as if above the mountain, there was a pool of water, and at the same time, in the deepest layer of Balinese tradition, there was, together with a pool of water, as if there was a pool of ancestors waiting to come down from the mountain. To me, it's extraordinary because it reflects the way the old Balinese think reality on the basis of their ecology. Balinese ancient religion is a reflection of the ecological reality of Bali. And if the ancestors are thought to be water coming down the mountains as it drops pea and dew, it is because there are lakes and mountains whose water is coming downhill through rivers and springs, generating the fertility for which Bali is so famous. And if the souls of the dead are sent back to the abode of the dead above the mountains, after having been cleansed in the sea, it is because water evaporates from the sea to go to the heavenly heights and end up in the lakes. So the Balinese, the tradition Balinese, construct their mythology on the basis of the ecology they are faced with. And I find it quite extraordinary. Of course, this tradition has been now reinterpreted within the Indianized tradition, which we do not discuss here, which is another topic. But in relation to that, let's see water as a godly blessing. All along life, once you are incarnated, all along life, you are going to need water, holy water, to enable the incarnated soul, to enable the human to go along the path of life, constantly repurified by holy water, which originates from the mountain. Holy water, which is regularly sprinkled to people for life and death rites, for agricultural rites, for temples, festivals, for just anything. For anything, you have a reminder of purity coming from the mountain and purifying you along the process of life. Until when you reach the end of your life, of course, after cleansing, after months of rites, after your soul has been entrusted to the sea for a few months or a few years, your soul is going to be sent up there above the mountain to become an ancestor and to become again water. This, to me, of course, it's a very subjective impression, but to me, it's just something quite extraordinary. But now, how do you get the holy water which is needed for most of the ceremonies of Bali. Why do I say most of the ceremonies? Because next to the ordinary process of Nunas Tirtha, ask for holy water, you can also ask holy water from priests, from the more recent Indianized tradition, which I don't discuss here. Throughout Bali, there are tens of thousands of temples. Next to every temple, and it's probably why the temple was set there, next to every temple, you have a place called Petirtan, place of origin of water, sometimes with a nearby shrine called a Purabiji, where people go to ask for holy water. So it means you have thousands of places where go to the Pusiraman Ide Batara, to the blessing, to the bathing spots of the gods to request holy water. From how do they request holy water? In a very simple way. For that, for the manku, or for sometimes for the person in charge of the rite here, it can be done very directly by just Nunas Tirtha, just like this here. Batara, titiang Nunas Tirtha, ring de Batara. Pachang ange titiang muputang karya. Let's say ring Marajan. So it means, oh God, I ask you to grant me holy water, which I need to complete a ceremony at my family temple. It's individuals, it's people in charge of ceremonies at the temple, people in charge of their family temple. It's these people who go to beg for, to ask for holy water from the Petirtan. So the Balinese are water. They are dew. They are titisan. But still, they need purity of more pure water to purify themselves along the process of life here. I find it quite extraordinary. And this aspect of Balinese rite is so pervading, is deemed so important for the Balinese that many of them, most of them, you see, travel, go to places around the island to ask for holy water from places where the Batara are deemed to be powerful. Sometimes to ask for taksu, to ask for power. And it is known as Metirtha Yatra. By going from place to place, you empower yourself with the power, with the pure power flowing from the water originating from the Temple 8th, where the ancestors are residing. It's quite extraordinary. According to me, it's at this level that there should be a creativity in dance, especially now regarding what I am going to say, you see. So you need water to complete ceremonies in Bali. People will tell you that there are 10,000 of gods. People don't know the names of the gods, or it's a local name. And the name of the god is not too important here. So what does it mean? When you need water for a ceremony, you will be requested to go yourself across the island to get holy water from one of the main temples of Bali, from Besaki, from Kintamani, from the main temples of Bali. You need to get holy water to bring down to your temple for the ceremony you are going to have. So what do people do? They send a manku or another fellow responsible to Nunas Pukulu to visit the temple, to visit the temple near the lake, to visit the temple near the sea, to visit the temple on the slope of Mount Agung, to get Pukulu holy water from all over Bali. According to the ceremony, you go to a different temple, but you always have, for the main ceremonies, you always have a number of pukulu, which you put in your temple. You build a special shrine, usually a Sangar Surya, and you put the pukulu there. What does it mean if we think about it? You have the holy water coming from all these temples. You have the gods coming from all these temples, whom you have brought to your own village temple. So it means you have all these gods together. You end up having batara, toya, batara, water. So you end up having the total of the deities who are in Bali, over the slopes, in the lakes. All these deities are add one upon the other, and of course, the combination of all these deities make up God himself. Yeah. And that's a construction of the deity which is not really affirmed as such, but which, according to me, is of course pervading the mentality of the Balinese. All the gods you gather from all over the island, from the temples where you get holy water. In a year, in 2 years, you have all of them coming in your places. So you have God himself being the total. So to me, you see, what I am saying here is of perhaps speculative to a certain extent, but I think it should be further investigated because it shows what is at the bottom of Balinese tradition. It goes down to something which is older than the Indianized tradition, which came on top of it, which provided this tradition with a new cosmology. But what I'm trying to put forward is probably the deepest layer of Balinese religion, even though it has to be further investigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jean Coutu. Let's give him a big round of applause, either here or virtually. So, thank you. Just to summarize a bit about what Dr. Jean Coutu has talked about is, first, before I continue, I must admire your Balinese language is getting really proficient at the time right now. Maybe you're adding another language besides French, Indonesian, and English should be Balinese right now. The second thing I want to say is, like, you talk about the philosophical and theological aspects of water in Balinese culture, and thus people say it becomes agama tirta at this point. Yeah.
Of course, we can call it philosophical. But myself, I am wary of the word. Because philosophy, it means Aristotle, it means creation of concept, and from the creation of concept, it means barriers. Whereas the Balinese, probably they think these things, or their thought is structured around such ideas as the idea of water being ancestor. But it's not structured. It's something which remains vague. And to a certain extent, it's why the Balinese are so tolerant. Some Balinese become less tolerant when they import the cosmology from India and they turn it into something so intellectual that it creates barriers and potentially conflict here. Excuse me to look anti-philosophy here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting thoughts. Just a little bit more of the points of Dr. Zhang's presentation. He has mentioned the importance of water in the Balinese life, from purifications and tirta in various ceremonies, which is vital, where Balinese nunas tirta ask for the holy water as representations of the powers of gods to complete the ceremonies, and also mentioning about water for ecosystem, irrigation systems. One interesting point is, like Dr. Jean mentioned, is that our lives, at least Balinese lives, start and end in water. We've known the cultures where the ashes go to the sea, and also in the Ngaben ceremony, you would ask for the tirta panemba, which is a vital component in the Ngaben ceremony. And also, an interesting point is water becomes a power, a taksu, sort of taksu in the Balinese life for curing also, and also for ceremonies. This is a very interesting thought that I think audiences can discuss more, and we do want to invite the audiences virtually on Zoom to ask their questions. You can write your questions in the chat box, either in English or Indonesian. I will help you translate your questions to our invited speakers. So if you do have questions, please write them in the chat box. Jadi bagi Bapak Ibu yang mempunyai pertanyaan, silakan diketik di kolom chat box, baik dalam bahasa Inggris maupun bahasa Indonesia. Nanti kami akan membantu untuk menerjemahkan kepada para pembicara. But before we go to the Q&A sessions, we will continue to our second speaker for today. I would like to welcome Professor Steve Dixon. I just want to make sure you're present at the moment.
Yes, I'm here, if you can hear me.
Thank you. Yes. So before I continue, allow me to read your CV. So Professor Steve Dixon is the president of LaSalle College of the Arts in Singapore. He has had a distinguished career in both arts, education, leadership, and the professional creative industries. He is an interdisciplinary artist whose work span different media, including theater, film, virtual reality, and digital arts. He is a renowned researcher in the use of media technologies in live theater and dance, and author of books including Digital Performance, published by MIT Press, and Cybernetic Essentialism, published by Routledge. So, without further ado, for around 20 minutes, I invite Professor Steve Dixon to deliver his presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, and I'm delighted to be able to join you at this very important conference. I'm going to discuss a film interpretation of T.S. Eliot's poem, The Wasteland, that I've recently made with students and staff at LaSalle College of the Arts, my college in Singapore. As we'll see, the theme of this conference, the energy of water, is also the primary theme of T.S. Eliot's poem, The Wasteland, and my film of it. The Wasteland poem has 3,000 words, and 18 of them are water. It is the single most used noun in the work. Additionally, there are 6 references to rain, 5 to seas, 3 to rivers, 3 to fishing, 2 to wet, 2 to drowning, 1 canal, 1 spring, and 1 shower. What an ode to water this poem is. Water, rather than aridity, is the wasteland's predominant, indeed obsessive, theme. I'm going to share my screen now. And I hope you can see that. But it's a lack of water that lies at the heart of the wasteland. Its destructive effect making the land a barren, uninhabitable desert. Now we'll look at a clip from the film I've made of the poem to illustrate this.
Here is no water but only rock, rock and no water, and the sandy road. The road winding above among the mountains, which are mountains of rock without water. If there were water, we should stop and drink. Amongst the rock one cannot stop or think. Sweat is dry and feet are in the sand. If there were only water amongst the rock. If there were rock and also water, and water, a spring, a pool among the rock. If there were the sound of water only, not the cicada and dry grass singing, but sound of water over a rock, where the hermit thrush sings in the pine trees. Drip, drop, drip, drop, 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 drop. But there is no water.
The poem sometimes discusses desert landscapes, but Eliot also makes clear that modern cities are equally types of deserts and wastelands. Many critics point to the lack of water, symbolizing Eliot's concern with the modern world being culturally dead and spiritually infertile. Water is used to signify the human search to find meaning or spirituality in a world that may feel like a wasteland. And at the end of the poem, as we will see, he turns to the religions of Hinduism and Buddhism as guiding paths for people to look up to. Sorry. The Wasteland was published in November 1922, exactly 100 years ago this month, perhaps this very day. So the film I've made is celebrating its 100th year centenary. It's one of the most famous poems in Western literature. It revolutionized approaches to poetry by presenting an experimental collage of quickly changing narratives and ideas. It is a fragmented mosaic of different stories that cross centuries, from ancient to modern, and it also crosses continents, from Europe to Asia, with references to many religious stories taken from Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism. The film we've made was shot in the UK and in Asia. It provides a Southeast Asian take on the poem and features Southeast Asian cultural ceremonies and religious iconography. It features Bali and was screened last year at the Fourth Dimension Film Festival in Ubud. We'll look at another clip now, and this highlights one of the destructive aspects of water, its ability to drown. It features statue dioramas from Haw Par Villa in Singapore. These were created in 1937. They show extraordinary interpretations of stories from Asian history, culture, philosophy, and religion. The video clip features a fortune teller in the midst of a tarot card reading.
Madame Sosostris, famous clairvoyante, had a bad cold. Nevertheless, is known to be
the wisest woman in Europe
with a wicked pack of cards.
Here,
said she,
is your card, the drowned Phoenician sailor. Those are pearls that were his eyes. Look, here is Belladonna,
the lady of the rocks, the lady of situations.
and here is the man with 3 staves.
I do not find the hanged man.
Fear death by water.
The structural foundation of the wasteland is built on the cyclical nature of life and death by depicting both the creative and destructive elements inherent in water. But above all, water symbolizes hope of spiritual regeneration. There are references to the biblical story of captive Israelites weeping by the rivers of Babylon, and references to the holy Indian river, the Ganges, being dried up and waiting for rain. But then a huge rainstorm comes which refreshes the land and its people. So water is also used as a symbol of potential, of fertility and rebirth. The Wasteland poem celebrates the glimmering beauty and splendor of water, of oceans and rivers. But it also reflects how people continue to pollute them. We can see both illustrated in the next clip, which speaks of the oil and tar that have polluted London's River Thames. It's striking that this concern with water pollution and ecological issues is not only a critical concern of our own time, but was equally so 100 years ago.
This music crept by me upon the waters, and along the Strand up Queen Victoria Street. Oh city, city I can sometimes hear, beside a public bar in Lower Thames Street, the pleasant whining of a man lounge at noon, where the walls of Magnus Martyr hold The river sweats, oil and tar. The barges drift with the turning tide. Red sails wide to leeward swing on the heavy spar. The barges wash drifting logs down Greenwich Reach, past the Isle of Dogs.
Being beside and staring into water, for example, looking at a river or the ocean, provides a space for deep reflection. In this next clip, that reflection turns to sorrow, prompting more water, the water of tears, of sadness and regret.
The river's tent is broken. The last fingers of leaf clutch and sink into the wet bank. The wind crosses the brown land, unheard. The nymphs are departed. Sweet Thames runs softly till I end my song. The river bears no empty bottles, sandwich papers, silk handkerchiefs, cardboard boxes, cigarette ends, or other testimony of summer nights. The nymphs are departed, and their friends, the loitering heirs of city directors, departed, have left no addresses. By the waters of Le Mans I sat down and wept. Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song. Sweet Thames, run softly, for I speak not loud or long. But at my back in a cold blast I hear the rattle of the bones, and chuckle spread from ear to ear.
Water's opposite in Western thought is fire, and a whole section of the poem is entitled The Fire Sermon. At the climax of this section, I use video I've shot of a Balinese Kecak fire dance performance. It is used in juxtaposition with Eliot's words, burning, burning, burning. This is taken from Buddha's fire sermon, where he preached abandoning the fire of lust and other passions that destroy people. The words are followed by the Christian Saint Augustine's plea to God to pluckest me out of the fire. So here, the poem brings together references to Eastern and Western religious texts that use fire as a symbol of self-discipline and asceticism.
On Margate Sands I can connect nothing with nothing. The broken fingernails of dirty hands. My people, humble people who expect nothing. La, la, to Carthage then I came, burning, 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 burning. O Lord, thou pluckest me out. O Lord, thou pluckest, burning.
Fire and water share many aspects, their ability to purify and to destroy, as well as to overcome and cross boundaries, sometimes with catastrophic results. The fire sermon section is followed by one called Death by Water, and it returns to the theme of drowning that the fortune teller predicted earlier. To depict the drowned sailor, I use the statue of a heroic-looking man in a fountain in Trafalgar Square. Trafalgar Square is one of the most famous tourist destinations in London.
Phlebas the Phoenician, a fortnight dead, forgot the cry of gulls and the deep sea's swell, and the profit and loss. A current undersea picked his bones in whispers. As he rose and fell, he passed the stages of his age and youth, entering the whirlpool. Gentile or Jew, or you who turn the wheel and look to windward, consider Phlebas, who was once handsome and tall as you.
As Thomas Babby points out, water is not only a social, cultural, and religious symbol, but it is the essence of all life on Earth. It is sublime and destructive at the same time and embodies the principles of life, death, and regeneration in itself. In becoming both a source of destruction and regeneration, water becomes the ultimate icon for the cyclical nature of life. The poem's continual allusions to water relate to the themes of purification, spiritual enrichment, and rebirth that our troubled world is so much in need of today, as it was when T.S. Eliot wrote the poem in 1922. The poem arose in the wake of the global trauma of World War I and the personal trauma of Eliot's mental breakdown in 1921. I believe it remains as resonant a poem as ever, particularly since today we are equally affected by anxiety and trauma. This includes a climate change crisis and the effects of a devastating pandemic. Eliot's bleak yet beautiful meditations on isolation and alienation take on whole new resonances 100 years after he penned them. Let's move to the distinctly more hopeful and uplifting conclusion to the poem. It ends in Asia, culminating with words from the second Hindu Brahmana, Data Dayadvam Damyata, meaning give, sympathize, and control. This is widely interpreted as Eliot's prescription for countering the disorder and chaos following World War I when he wrote the poem. It's followed by the Sanskrit word for peace, Shanti, repeated 3 times. I juxtapose this with images of a Balinese temple, a Buddhist temple in Penang, and finally Bali's sacred mountain, Agung.
Damyata. The boat responded gaily to the hand expert with sail and oar. The sea was calm. Your heart would have responded gaily when invited, beating obedient to controlling hands. I sat upon the shore, fishing, with the arid plain behind me. Shall I at least set my lands in order? London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. Poi s'ascose nel foco c'è glia fina quando fiem quei celidon. Oh swallow, swallow, le prince d'Aquitaine à la tour abolie. These fragments I have shored against my ruins. Why then, I'll fit you, Hieronymo's mad again. Data Dayadvam Damyata. Shanti, Shanti. Shanti.
And you can access the whole 35-minute film my presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Professor Dixon, for your interesting presentation. So it is very interesting how you showcase the different energies or elements of water that is shown in the film of The Wasteland, based on T.S. Eliot's poem that was written more than 100 years ago. The aspects of spirituality, the potential of waters, the fertility, and also the beauty of waters in different locations. But one of the most interesting part is how the movie also shows the unpleasant reality of how the water conditions are right now, the pollution, the oil spill in the seas and the waters, which becomes interesting in this movie. So we can, of course, discuss this more in length and how water shows itself 100 years ago and in today's reality, in contemporary times. And is the poem still relevant to the time, and how is it different and changing throughout the 100 years? So maybe that can be a little bit of our discussion after our third speaker, Professor Dixon. If you don't mind about that, then I will discuss more about that. That's some interesting thoughts I had for your presentation. Now, we will now continue to our third speaker. I just want to say hello first to Dr. Nantida Chandransu. Are you present?
Yes.
Okay. So before continuing, allow me to read your CV. Dr. Nantida Chandransu is an assistant professor and a chairperson at Masters of Arts program in Culture Studies Research Institute for Languages and Cultures of Asia in Mahidol University, Thailand. She completed her PhD in music from Mahidol University. Her research focuses on the issues of music education, ethnomusicology, and cultural studies. She is the principal investigator of learning management through cultural diversity for children, youths, and community. Her works engage the issues of music learning in a multicultural context and ethnomusicology. She has published articles on music education, including cultural studies and educating issues on international database. Nowadays, she is working on community music and art for a public project called Creative Art for a New Appropriate Social and Cultural Movement Post-COVID-19. And she has been continuously funded by the Thai government in many organizations. So, without further ado, let us all welcome Dr. Nantida Chandransu to deliver her presentation. Your time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for information from me. Sawadee from Thailand, and Selamat pagi everybody, and hello, good morning everyone. I'm going to share my screen first. Today I will sharing about my song Yu Yen Pen Suk. Yu Yen Pen Suk is the facing Thai languages for everywhere. Yu Yen Pen Suk is a Lutung song for the overall happiness of the community in the epidemic situation. And this presentation is my part of the whole project about the art for public, the creative art for new appropriate social and cultural movement post-COVID-19. This presentation, I will explore how to write the lyric and melody, and then I will post some discussion. First, I will talk about the introduction and inspiration. My aim was to write a song as the means to heal a community spirit during the COVID pandemic. And about the whole project, we work together with performance and artists that separate to work the project separate from expertise, and on my own is the head of project, and I will write the song. It's a Luk Thung song. The writing of this song to be used at public facing expensive cultures and disseminate within the and around the community was inspired by the fertile resources, the hope and the happiness of Salaya despite in the need to be socially distanced due to the global pandemic. About อยู่เย็นเป็นสุข อยู่เย็นเป็นสุข is the Thai saying that mean to live happily. The phrase can be used on several occasions to convey well-wish in the occasions like move in, celebrate for new house, wedding, or in the group chat every day of social media app called Line by the elderly. The phrase is also found in the Buddhist teaching, a life at the live happily. ชีวิตไทยอยู่เย็นเป็นสุข In Thailand, we hope to cool and well-being as one of the principles of peaceful coexistence with the Mother Earth. My aim was to write a song this for the Salaya community because Salaya community is still good ecology and near my university. Salaya community is in the Puttamonthon district of Nakhon Pathom province, located in the lowland of the southern part of central Thailand, very near of Bangkok, with the direct access to the river. Salaya is one the important spot for rice going, fresh water and fisher and livestock. Now is the water some wastewater, but many academic and faculty from Mahidol University come to share and integration to work together for safe ecology in Salaya community. Following through this community is the Chao Phraya River and proud and marshes of various sizes scattered around the city. I think this is my inspiration for the song, for community, for healing the spiritual, and many events for the river every year. Sorry for slowly the picture movement. Okay, my aim was to write a song, the writing this song to use a public facet and passive culture and disseminate with another community was by the I talked already go to the field with collaborative people and that change about the I work collaborative and creativity related to aesthetics principle. And after we wrote the song, the community and many people around the community come together to work and performance in the music video together. That's why I choose the เพลงลูกทุ่ง like a country song or popular song in the community. Separate community have a popular song. I choose the ลูกทุ่ง song because it fits to socio-cultural context of Saraya community. Characteristic by its half urban, half rural setting or peri-urban area. My observation from the field experience prior to writing the song also indicate that เพลงลูกทุ่ง was popular among Saraya community members. ลูกทุ่ง is known for its dialect, sometimes even built communication through text and the combined used instruments from Western and Thai traditional music from the four regions, North, South, Northeast, and Central, depending on the target audience. I mean the language depend on the target. In this my project, I selected a central ลูกทุ่ง song from the central near the Bangkok, East Thailand. เพลงลูกทุ่ง is development from the Thai folk song. The genre is used reflect the current social cultural value from the particular period and several as a localized folklore by document and important event in the Thailand, some modern and other political change in the past. เพลงลูกทุ่ง also tell story about the history of Thailand. Many songs have tell about the story and history of Thailand, internal affair and reflect the changing sociology value of Thai society. เพลงลูกทุ่ง musical style has been continuous change over time, but the pop song and how to separate ลูกทุ่ง tradition, classic and popular very difficult to categorize because it's now use the material together. Whatever in the production form, vocalization, today the categorization เพลงลูกทุ่ง is based on vocal style. I will show you next. The local context Saraya, rice and water have and Mahasawat River to the inspiration behind the songwriting process. Mahasawat is the song, the canal for man-made for a long time, about 140 years later. And when I work with the community, I invite the older people and some people to help organize and try to record somewhere famous in the Saraya and have the nature and water, good water for show the Saraya community and ecology system is still good. About the Luk Thung song is not for the direct sometime. This is the photo from the live concert. the ลูกทุ่ง song even but communication thought text and combine use the instrument from Western and Thai traditional music from 4 regions that I talk later, and I send the translation Thai to English in the chat room for you to understand my song. เพลงลูกทุ่ง is a long development from Thai folk song. The genre is used to reflect to current social cultural value from particular period and several location folk song by document important in Thailand some mundane and other politic changes. เพลงลูกทุ่ง also is story about the history always many history any place. This is the geography, history, and cultural capital of area I worked in the 140 years ago. For man-made canal for region worship. I think that's before worship to trade root and royal base wood for fuel. I skip the history because it's a long history to talk this time. And is the lyric อยู่เย็นเป็นสุข อยู่เย็นเป็นสุข let there be no suffering because I wrote the song for the COVID pandemic situation to heal, to retreat the social, let there to no suffering, let me to invite you to my dear in the song to come to see beautiful Saraya. Welcome if people come to Saraya city after the COVID situation and sailing among the Mahasawat Canal to blow happily to Buddha said that many temples in the area. Let me take show around what do you say, and I will show the song from YouTube. Sorry for technical internet. I play from YouTube. Is okay. Oh no. So let's talk. Okay.
ไม่ต้องมีทุกข์เลยนะอยากชวนเจ้าตาอยากชวนน้องมาเที่ยวสายาหน้าชมเบื่อชมครองมาสวัสดิ์ไหว้พระเที่ยววัดสุขสมที่ขออาสาพาชมแล้วแม่ยังร้องว่า
Okay, sometime you should welcome to Thailand. Okay, next I will talk about the composition and back to share my screen.
Dr. Chandransu, just a kind reminder, you still have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the Luk Thung song or Luk Thung band has a composition, I think have four concepts about the one is the combined Thai and Western music instrument as well as its respective musical techniques. For example, Ranat Ek like a xylophone maintain is usually playing in octave and used to 16 notes. The Ranat Ek musician use advanced technique and improvisation during the solo part while maintaining the original structure of the song. And the second point, incorporation of diverse familiar Thai melody from the traditional song. The song chant rhythmic level that's the neither to first nor to show with a short melody that are easy to remember. This song I used the four Thai tradition music is the four songs to mix together. One is Pama Gong Yao. Pama Gong Yao in the melody is like Burmese accents. And Ton Warachet is a Thai classical music and Anu. And another song from this song is Khang Khao Kin Kruai. Khang Khao Kin Kruai is a popular tradition tuning amongst the Thai excerpt for this for tradition pieces were rearranging and remixed to become Yu Yen Pen Suk Na Salaya. I will show some parts of the Thai song I cut to make a Luk Thung song. Sorry for the technique. The singer try to play with the Khong. Khong Wong Yai is the basic melody for the Thai traditional ensemble, and we try to connect the Luk Thung song like this. think everyone can remember the Luk Thung song, the same song like this. And the another principle to work with the Luk Thung song is the song rewrite is the singer ability. I will talk for short about the song we write on the singer ability is convey to message and emotional to audience. This process was facilitated by supervised through the experienced Luk Thung artist. Luk Thung singer technique is the known from the use forest melody or melisma which originates from Thai classical music, like a folk song is a Pheng Le, and sometimes Ho or folk song come to mix, and that's why the Luk Thung song is easy to listening and popular in community far away from Bangkok. About the languages used, this song, this Thai of Central Thai, the lyric was written to the form of the Kon Supap, Pom. Kon Supap is a basic pom for everyone. I think every Thai people can write the Kon Supap, can write this poem for this simply and is the remember. Kon Supap is also foundation for the other poetic variations. I think is another important to write a song is I mentioned the Western music instrument to use in the drum set, cobell, guitar, bass, and soprano saxophone and alto saxophone, trumpet, and trombone. I think the musician who play this instrument display a cross-cultural understanding between Western and Thai traditional music culture. They could articulate Thai traditional musical style through Western music instrument, very difficult and not enough Western musician can play like this. This musician will also proficient to performance, dynamics, ability to adjust to the volume, rhythmics, and tone color based on Western musical technique, but at the same time associate with the Thai traditional music concept. And the last, I think the importance, I use the Thai music instrument like a gong yao like a goblet drum, and ching chap for the rhythmic, and ranat ek and klui sometimes for change to use in performance like this. In this the picture from the live concert, the singer near the audience very close, and dissemination, I studio record, music video production, and live performance recording. Community member participant in this production process under the concept of relative aesthetic using Facebook, YouTube at the local radio station, and now everybody can follow my work in Facebook page like Art for Public. We will always share every perform and art project from the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandransu. An interesting presentation on the Luk Thung song in Thailand, where the song was inspired by the rice and water herbs, also the Mahasawat River in Thailand. So we see how the waters have become a source of inspiration in creating musical compositions. Now, for our next session, we will have question and answers. So we invite all the audiences, if you have questions, to write in the chat box. I will not be taking direct questions through raised hands, but please do write your questions in the chat box. So far, there are 2 questions. Three questions. The first one would be for Dr. Jean, and the second one will be for Professor Steve Dixon. So for Professor Dixon, you may read the question while waiting Dr. Jean to answer the question from Amrita. So the first question from Amrita, halo, saya Amrita dari Udayana. Mohon izin bertanya pada Bapak Jean Coutu. Bagaimana sekiranya keberlanjutan pemanfaatan petirtan di daerah urban yang dihadapkan pada pembangunan serta perubahan gaya hidup dari masyarakatnya? Apakah petirtan hanya akan menjadi penting jika berkaitan dengan upacara, bukan sebagai sumber air yang zaman dulu juga menjadi sumber kehidupan? So Amrita's question is, how is this the existency and the sustainability of petirtan in urban areas?
Yes, this is
I'm sorry. Dr. Nandita, this question is for Dr. Jean Coutu.
Of course, it's a paramount question, but I have to answer in a pessimistic way, because we see now in Bali, you see, the oldest Balinese tradition around the ancestors' cult, and related to it, the tradition of petirtan. It continues to be carried, of course, here, but more and more we see another interpretation of Balinese religion, which is more Indianized. Yeah. So it's probably, you see, at the level of the mentality of the Balinese becoming less and less important. But the issue you are raising, of course, is the difficulty to find the proper petirtan in an environment which is increasingly urbanized. Yeah. Of course, it's an issue, and to be frank with you, I don't know how to solve this issue, but your question raises the issue of not only the transformation of Balinese nature, you see, owing to the intervention of man, but the transformation in the process of being religious in Bali as well. But your question has no answer. Thank you.
Jadi saya simpulkan sedikit, menurut Bapak Jean Coutu, jawabannya tidak tahu, belum tahu. Karena daerah urban, bagaimana petirtan di daerah urban, ya tidak tahu, tergantung bagaimana daerahnya itu sendiri dan berkembang. Jadi kita akan ke pertanyaan kedua. I will go to the second question for Professor Steve Dixon. Hi, my name is Safitri. I have a question for Professor Steve Dixon. It was very interesting to see your work just now and bridging the different elements, beliefs, and cultures that existed in different places through T.S. Eliot's poem. What has inspired you to try and bridge all these elements, and has this been your overall practice, or that it happened after your encounters with the Asian cultures as presented? Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a great question. And my answer, what inspired me to try and bring together all these different elements and cultures and so on, and is it part of my general practice? The answer is yes. but also the second part was, or is it sort of, you say, inspired by my encounters with Asia? Yes, this is also true. So my practice is very much interdisciplinary and mixing genres. So my primary practice for many years was multimedia theatre, because I have a background as an actor and a theatre maker, but also as a filmmaker. And therefore, for many years, about 20 years, I've been making theatre performances with film in the background. So the characters are on screen and live, and there's interaction between. So this idea of crossing genres and confusing genres and making very clashes and juxtapositions is part of my general practice. Obviously, this and actually the film of The Wasteland started as a multimedia theatre show. So I actually performed the whole poem on stage, whilst the film, and mostly pretty much the film that you saw there is behind me, so it would be a live performance. But during COVID, I thought, let's turn it into a proper movie that I can show at film festivals and so on. So therefore there's no live element, it's just my voiceover saying the poem. But actually I've always loved the poem and been interested in working it into an artwork, whether a film or a theatre piece. But actually, it's so difficult, and it has so many locations and so on, that it would take a big budget. And I'm an independent artist with no budget. So I'm not a big kind of commercial filmmaker or anything. So. But when I came to Asia around 10 years ago, and I started to travel, and Bali is my favorite place and so on, and it was the first time I had an iPhone, and this liberated you from a big camera. You could just film things as you went along. I started to film, parts of Asia and Bali and so on, and I remember that when you see the images there, beautiful Vietnamese fishermen and women, some fantastic imagery, and Southeast Asia is so much more beautiful and more photogenic than the UK, where I come from. And actually, I got inspired when I was sort of making these little iPhone movies, and just started to think about the wasteland and say, oh, could I actually, have enough imagery to do there's probably nearly 100 different sort of stories and locations in the wasteland, because it's so fragmented. There's so many different allusions to different things, different cultures, different stories. And I thought, yeah, okay, I have enough material. And I think I showed you the sculptures, the dioramas of Horpar Villa, and that really inspired me. I thought, okay, things like the shipwrecks, which would be very, very difficult for me to film or to sort of depict through films. Suddenly, there it was. I could use these statues and so on to tell a lot of the stories. So that made it very, very sort of much more easy to make depictions that would complement the various stories there. So it's a long-winded way, but yes, I both use these practices of bringing different ideas, cultures, genres together, but also Asia really inspired this film.
Thank you, Professor Dixon. So let me continue on that idea of your movie. I want to know, like, you mentioned that this poem was created 100 years ago. What was the process in reinterpreting the poem and making movie in the current time? How did you rethink that poem, or did you rethink the poem in making the movie that you did present earlier?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's an act of translation, if you like a translator. It moves from one language to another, translating it into a film, and it's always difficult, because there's this traditional thing that the film is never as good as the novel or the poem in this case, or whatever, because you're making concrete things that sort of exist in the imagination. And certainly T.S. Eliot didn't want anyone even to add music to his poetry or to interpret it. So I actually had to get permission from the Eliot estate and from the publishers to make the film. And I was very delighted that they said yes. Anyway, in rethinking it, I was interested sometimes to be very literal, but also sometimes to be a little bit more abstract and and sort of some things are quite subtle, some things are quite sort of explicit and foregrounded in how we make depictions and interpretations. But it is a type of translation. You have lots of different choices you can make. Sometimes it was literally from all the filming I did when I was traveling around Southeast Asia in the first few years I was here, because I was just so captivated by the cultural traditions, the landscapes, and so on. I was just working through all this material and thinking where it would work and fit against the film. So a lot of the film, probably 50% of the Wasteland film, was just my home movies, my tourist footage that I put into there, and then about 50% was deliberate. And so I looked at a section of the program saying, okay, I will go out and film this. And some things I did with actors, you didn't see much there. You saw one or two examples, but I also did some sort of pieces within a theatre to do one section with two student actors from my college here. So some of it was very sort of deliberate, and I said, okay, I'm going to do exactly this. Something was sort of chance, and I just put footage I'd already shot against it. And other things, I worked with people from the film school here, students and staff, to actually stage things, but I didn't show a lot of that in this presentation, because I was really just focusing on parts of the poem that specifically looked at water.
Thank you, Professor Dixon. Now I will read another question. So this is for Dr. Chandransu, for Ms. Nantida. My name is Duyani from EC Denpasar. First of all, I would like to share my appreciation to all of the invited speakers for sharing their knowledge and thoughts. My question is addressed to Ms. Nantida. All of us agree that water is a divine revelation that is very valuable in our life, and it also creates sense of comfort as well as music as your field of work in arts. In relation to the current development of music, how should we address the existence of water and function it as an idea in creating artwork, especially related to your major in music?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think at first the environment is very important for everybody around the world, and I think this time we don't work alone, and we should work together, like integration, the interdisciplinary, about to save the wastewater. But about the Salaya is near my university, we can go with the expertise from another faculty to go together for work for environment and ecosystem, like environment faculty, engineering faculty, or culture and languages faculty for help to protect and promote the environment, and try to create some work together. And about the artists, I not only work by myself, and I sharing with my team have a dancer and Thai classical dancing, and the visual arts and sculpture. Many artists come together in my big project. I will show some. Another song I made for the performance, like this, like a COVID pandemic in Thai. And about the music, I try to preserve the tradition of the community, like many of tradition song in the Pheng Rua. Pheng Rua is play in the river, and another is a Peng Le, is a folk song for telling about the river, and the marching band or the big band from the Thai culture. Many way to preserve, and another for preserve the old tradition, and I create a new contemporary performance about the music. Is I try and show you. I try to preserve a Thai traditional music to transfer to the popular music, because it's I think really is important for now a day, because the new generation is going to popular music only. I try to keep the some points of traditional music or classical Thai music in the popular song. I can is and another way I am the academic and artist. Not only I try to connection the political and the next I will to preserve everything I told you by the policy advocacy to send my state to health and support for the sustainable development goal. I think it's a good way. We only the artists and academic, we try to the connection and mentor for the community, for safe everything like culture, the music, dance, the arts, everything. We should help the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasu. So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the end of our first session. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Jean Coutu, Professor Steve Dixon, and Dr. Nantida Chandrasu for your presentations. Thank you very much for your time. And now we will have a break and reconvene again at 12 to continue our discourses on water as source of inspiration for artwork with another two great speakers. So please stay tuned and join us again at 12 for another great session. Thank you very much.
Well, all ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the participations for the first sessions of this international conference, which was guided by our moderator, I Gede Made Indra Sadguna PhD, with the three of the invited speakers. And we'd like to announce you that we will have a break for about 30 minutes, and then at 12, we will be together again to continue for our next sessions, at the second sessions for this, the first day of the international conference of Bali-Bhuwana Waskita too. And also we'd like to announce you that for the certificates and also for the attendance, for the participant, you can check for the link. It will be at the end of the second sessions of this conference. Thank you so much. We will see you again, and we'll be right back again at 12. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the international conference for today in Bali-Bhuwana Waskita 2 for the Isi dan Pasar for today. And you are still with us for the Zoom, for the link Zoom, the same like before. For the second sessions, we are here, and we still have our moderator for the second session, will be Igede Made Indra Sadguna, PhD. But before we're going to have the next sessions to the moderator, we would like to give you the informations once again for the link and also for the certificate. We will give you or share you by the chat room at the Zoom so that later on after the second sessions finished. Thank you very much. And now we will give the time to our moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Devi. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After a wonderful session of the three great speakers on their take on the theme of the conference, which is Arga Tirta Siddhi, Energy of Water and Relative Creative Prospects, it is now time for us to begin our second session. I would just like to remind you that if you do have any questions, please write them in the chat box, either in English or Indonesian. We will be more than happy to translate it for the speakers. So in this session, we have two marvelous speakers. The first one would be, joining me here is Anello Capuano from Italy, and the second one will be Lucian Sparcia, joining through Zoom from Romania. Our first speaker, Anello, is an Italian-born multi-instrumentalist, an ethnomusicologist, composer, arranger, producer, and sound designer in several musical fields, including medieval, Mediterranean, Oriental, world, Oriental jazz, ethno-electro, and improvised music. After playing jazz and progressive rock from a young age, he has studied extra-European traditional and classical music for several years at the Conservatory of Music in Marrakesh in Morocco, and at the Benares Hindu University at Varanasi, India, and privately with various masters of different Eastern musical traditions, and has performed as a leader or as a sideman extensively in Europe, in the USA, in Canada, and also in the Middle East, and also in Africa and Asia. He has composed for the theater, the ballet, films, and fashion show, and recorded over 25 CDs. Since 2006, he lives in Ubud, Bali, but he mentioned he just moved to Celuk. And he is currently working in his home studio on personal projects that combine the sample computer-based electronic music production of today with the acoustic sound of ethnic instruments of the Oriental world, as well as producing and collaborating with local and visiting artists. So, without further ado, we welcome Anello Capuano, please.
Hello, everybody. Actually, when I've been invited to participate to this seminar, I thought that we were going to talk about music, mainly. And then I learned that, in fact, the real subject of this meeting would be water. But I decided to go along with it anyway. So, as Pak Intra just said, I am a musician and a composer, so I'm not a scholar or a professor. So don't expect to have a very learned, scholarly expose presentation here, but rather I'm gonna talk about my relationship with water and nature, because water is just a part of nature, as an artist and as a human being in my relation with my own environment. To me, nature is very important. It's not something that you manipulate at your own convenience. I believe with Alan Watts that we are not born into this world. We are born from the world, from the earth. So, why did I come to Bali? I was living in Paris. I've been living in France for 22 years, first in south of France, then 15 years in Paris. And I decided that the Western world was too materialistic, too industrialized for my taste. So I wanted to look for a better place to live, a more human place, also because beauty is a fundamental aspect of my life. So I came to Asia, where I lived before, because I lived 5 years in India. And I went to India, I went to Thailand, I went to Malaysia, looking for a place to settle down. And then, of course, I wanted to see Bali before I took a decision. And I arrived at the airport in Denpasar, took a taxi to Ubud. And while I was in the taxi on my way to Ubud, after only half an hour in Bali, I said to myself, this is the place where I want to be. And why? Because it was such a beautiful place to be. Not only on the nature, Balinese nature is beautiful, but also the way the humans harmonize with the nature, the way they settle within the nature. And so this was what made my decision. Of course, Bali is surrounded by water. It's an island, so it's surrounded by the sea. And it has rivers, it has lakes, it has streams, it has an incredible wide irrigation system. So water is all around me. Actually, I live in a house just by the rice fields. And there is irrigation streams all around me. Of course, we are still learning how to take care of this wealth, because as we know, all over the world, the problem is pollution, of course. But I think we are trying to get better, and there is a new awareness of this. So now, how as an artist I relate to the water? Water and nature, of course. Nature and water, because water is a fundamental aspect of our life. We should not forget that we are 2/3 made of water, and actually 99% of our molecules are water. So to me, water is rhythm. To me, water is movement. And in this sense, life itself is water. We can see when there is scarcity of water, like in the desert, life is still there, but in a very reduced forms. While in places like Bali, for instance, in the tropic, with such a luxuriant nature, so nature expresses itself in all its beauty, in incredible vegetation. So, in my music now, I use a lot of the water elements and the natural elements as a background to my own composition. I'm gonna give you now an example, one of my composition of a few years ago, but I just finished recording it. I play all the instruments in it. I did everything by myself in my own place, in my own studio in Cheluk. It is called Earth Dance. Can you please play it for me? can stop it here. It will go on. Actually, this is a suite in 3 movements. It's called Earth Dance. So there are 3 very distinct movements. The first one, as you see, has no rhythm. And you can hear in the background, there is the sea, there are sounds of insects, there are sounds of the rainy forest. And on top of it, the instrument improvise. And it wants to express the marvel of a human being being born from the earth and become aware for the first time of the incredible beauty that surrounded him. On the second part, when the rhythm comes in, it's men start to learn how to work the fields, an activity which is much practiced here in Bali, and to grow its own food and learn the ways of nature and learn to cooperate with it. The third part, which we didn't play, it's after the work. There is the feast in the village, but of course, this is not very relevant here. So, I use the element of water in my composition, and also, like, this is an older work where I thought that composing was very important. Now I tend, growing older, I tend to improvise much more, which for me, it becomes a sort of instant composition. So, of course, when you improvise, you react to the stimulus which are around you. And so I like to have a background that will inspire me. So very, very often I use water, either the sea or river, to inspire me. I was saying water is movement. Water is rhythm. And so for me, rhythm is one of the main elements in music, maybe the most important element. I can give you a very simple explanation, a demonstration of it. You have a piano, you have 64 keys. So if you play any of these keys, many different keys, all the 64 keys, but in a very regular way, it becomes very boring if you play dom, din, dom, din, din, bom, bing, bom, bing. After 5 minutes, you cannot stand it anymore. But if you just take 2 or 3 notes and you arrange it in endless movement of rhythm, you can play forever. And you can go on forever, just with 2 or 3 notes. So my music is not minimalist. I don't follow this new age trend here in Bali, of this spiritual imported community from America in Bali, which believe that the sound should be very pure and minimalistic. My démarche, how do you say? My approach to it is more similar to the Balinese gamelan, which very intricate phrases which are heard at the same time and which interplay with each other. Okay? So, in water, like you see a river or a stream flowing by, is never very regular, because if there is no obstacles, it flows regularly, but if there is a stone or anything else, or there is a fall or anything, then the rhythm changes, and it is always renewed. Like Heraclitus said, you cannot step twice in the same river. So I'm going to give you another example of this with another of my composition. This is from the 90s. It's called Icarus, and in fact is around the myth of Icarus and his ascension to the sun. So can you please, so you will hear from the beginning, you will hear that the sea, because is a Greek myth, of course, so the sea is very important there. And in fact, the story said that Icarus fall into the sea. So it was the good thing to do, to start with the sea sound. And then you will see that I will play only a little extract of this composition, and you will see that it could be visualized as a river flowing down a mountain slope. So please, can you play Icarus? goes on, but we'll stop here. So I think it's very important that we educate our children, the future generation, to have more respect for nature, more respect for water, of course, to avoid polluting it, and this will be possible through the arts by installing into them a sense of beauty, or sense of the divine that pervades our lives, and on which in Bali there is a daily expression every day.
Thank you very much, Anilo, for the presentation. Very wonderful presentation, also beautiful examples of your work. Several interesting things to mark is I do agree that water is rhythm, water is movement. Just listening by the examples he's shown that shows water as source of inspiration, shows the irregularity, the uncertainty, and the constant change of water that you can it portrays in the composition. Interesting also, if you hear close enough in the first example, you would hear, Anilo pointed out to me that you can hear the sounds of the frogs, which were recorded at his house, near his house, in Chuluk. So that was Suara Kodok from the rice fields or Sawah di Chuluk. Very interesting composition. So now we will continue to our second speaker. I just want to make sure that Lucian is here, present.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, thank you. So before we continue to your presentation, allow me to read your CV. So for our second speaker will be Lucian Sparsia, PhD. He is a Romanian-born and also an active music teacher, composer, and producer. He completed his education at the National University of Music in Bucharest, Romania. Since the early 2000s, Lucia has had a fondness for Balinese culture, where he studied Karawitan at ISI Denpasar from 2006 to 2007, and led him to write his doctorate thesis entitled Reciprocal Influences Between Western Art Music and the Indonesian Gamelan. From 2009 until today, he has been actively teaching Balinese Gamelan in Romania, and also in 2017, he became the president of the Association for Balinese Culture called Jepun Bali in Romania. Lucian is also a teacher at the National University of Music in Bucharest, Romania, and a music producer at the National Radio Broadcasting Society in Bucharest. As a composer, his compositions have been awarded with numerous prizes. In 2021, his piece Toccata for vibraphone and marimba was selected to represent the Romanian section of the International Society for Contemporary Music during the International New Music Days Festival, which took place in China in the spring of 2022. And in 2009, his piece Zbukikum for French horn and piano gained the first prize at the National Composition Contest for brass instruments in Romania. So without further ado, the time is yours, Lucian.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. First of all, I would like to thank and salute the rector of ISI Denpasar, the governor of Central Java, the committee of Bali-Bhuwana Waskita, and all the other speakers and participants. I would like to share my presentation now. Okay, so as I'm a composer, I will present to you what I think it is interesting from my point of view regarding the use of water as a source of inspiration in the creation of composers from all over the world in different periods of time, and how these composers integrated the idea of water in their works. So let's start.
Sorry to interrupt, Lucian. Have you played this clip yet?
Yes, can you not hear anything?
No. Did you optimize your sharing sound when you share?
Okay, I will check again. Just a second. Sorry. We did test it yesterday and it was working. So I'm not sure what's happening now.
When you share your screen, you have to click the box to optimize sound.
Okay, just a second. Optimize for, okay, sorry. Yes, I just saw it. So I will start again. Please tell me if you hear it, the music.
Yes.
Can you hear it? Okay, sorry for the little bit of technical problem. So what you just heard was composed by Georg Friedrich Handel, a Baroque composer that is very well known nowadays, and he was also during his lifetime. The music was commissioned by the King of Great Britain to be performed on the River Thames. The event took time to place on the 17th of July, 1717, and it was a great success. Many people watched the performance from other boats or even from the shore, as the big barge, which was filled with musicians, was performing this suite known as water music today. The music itself does not necessarily resemble water, but it is fatuous and full of grandeur, as it should be because it was written for the king. But the inspiration in this case came from the venue of the performance, which was on the River Thames. Later on, another famous composer, Johann Strauss, the son, composed this waltz that is performed very frequently nowadays. Its source of inspiration was the Danube River, a very long and beautiful river that passes through 10 countries in Europe, starting from Germany and ending in Romania, where it flows into the Black Sea. The beauty of the Danube River and maybe its waves inspired Strauss for his famous Blue Danube Waltz. Okay, so this was another example which was inspired also by a European river, this time coming from the Bohemian region. This river is called Vltava, and this music is part of a series of 6 pieces written by the composer Bedřich Smetana. The waters of Vltava were very influential regarding the music of the Czech composer. You could hear the beauty of this river just by listening to the music, and you can really understand how much Smetana loved his country. And it feels like you can really see the boats floating just by listening to the music. Water represents, in the first place, life. If we don't have water, we wouldn't have any kind of life on the planet Earth. But it could also mean danger, the unknown represented by the vastness of the seas and oceans. These characteristics were very inspiring for many composers. A good example is one of the most important Romanian composers, if not the most important, George Enescu. He is so valuable to us that in Romania we have a huge festival that takes place once in 2 years and lasts for 1 entire month. The greatest orchestras and musicians from the entire world are performing here. George Enescu wrote this music in the beginning of the 20th century. He was greatly impressed by the sea and many of its characteristics. In this work, one can hear the calm as well as the agitated, even the storm. Sirens could be heard as well, as the wind and waves crashing against the boat. The composer said that he is describing what he actually saw with the help of music. So just let's listen to it. Oh yes, the piece is called Vox Maris, which means voice of the sea. Claude Debussy, is another composer who also used images of the sea in his music. He is particularly important for us because he was greatly influenced by gamelan music that he heard for the first time during the Universal Exhibition in Paris at the beginning of the 20th century. In the fragment that I selected, one can really hear the calm of the sea, followed by passing birds and the appearance of a great ship. The piece is called La Mer, the sea. Let's hear it ourselves. not only Westerners were impressed by water and used it as an inspiration in their music. Indonesian composers such as Michael Asmara, very important for us because he's the one who is organizing year after year the Yogyakarta Contemporary Music Festival, wrote this piece in his early career. It is called The River. Can you hear it? He is using a composition technique which is based on the rhythmic combination between what is played on the right hand and what is played on the left hand, with two different patterns. One is made of 3 and the other one is made of 5, so this creates a kind of texture which resembles the flow of water in a river. Even closer to us, Dewa Alit used a different idea for his music. Yeh Ngatel, which means dripping water. He is giving with so much ingenuity the impression of water drops falling on different surfaces and with different rhythm. Let's see how he does it and how it sounds like. He is using different types of sounds on using also instrumental advanced techniques like different kind of mallets. He using different mutes to be able to give the impression of dripping water on different surfaces. Now, I would like to share with you the work of my first mentor, the Romanian composer Doina Rotaru. She wrote her third symphony, The Spirit of the Elements, in her characteristic modern way, full of textures and contemporary compositional techniques. The first part is dedicated to water, and you will be able to hear hints of rain, images of clouds, the music being fluid and homogeneous. She is also using the idea of danger, such as water could also be the enemy of man, and this is transposed in music in the more agitated parts. Let's hear it. And finally, I would like to share some examples of my own work. The following fragment is selected from the soundtrack of the short animation An Object at Rest, which was performed in Switzerland by the Tonhalle Symphonic Orchestra under the baton of Maestro Frank Strober. I wrote the music for this short animation, and as you will be able to see, for the moments where there is water, I used a special kind of orchestration, which gives me the impression of water. The percussion instruments, such as the vibraphone, together with the harp and piano, play almost entirely using the whole tone scale, a mode that was developed and used by Debussy, possibly being inspired by the slender or modal system from Indonesian traditional music. In the end, please listen to a short fragment of my flute and piano piece entitled Flux, which means tide. I was walking on the Sanur beach, and that is when I had the idea to write this work, which was the first time for me to use influences from gamelan music. You will hear it here, but you will also hear the waves of the Indian Ocean and maybe some birds. The music was inspired by the ocean, beach and waves and the tide. It has elements of gamelan bleganjur. The music follows the idea of the waves. And with this piece, Flux, I conclude my presentation. So I thank you very much once again. And Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Santi 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 Om. Thank you very much, Lucian. Very great presentation. There's a lot of similarities that you've done between Anelo and your presentation, and how water becomes an important part of music composition. You've done a great survey from Western art music to contemporary Indonesian music and gamelan, also to your own works, how water has influenced your work. So there are, due to the time limit, there are two questions actually in the chat box, but I will paraphrase them. One is from Pak Bendi Yuda, and the other one is from Yulia, from Isi Denpasar, both from Isi Denpasar. I will address these questions both to Anelo and to you, Lucian. So let me paraphrase their questions. They've asked that water, as the theme of this conference, has become a source of inspiration. How do you, in your works, use water as a source of inspiration and translate them into your composition? Not only water that's holy, but also pollute water. And how do you deliver that in your composition? Let me start with Anelo first.
Yes. My attitude in composition is not a Western attitude, is rather an Oriental attitude, which means Western music is descriptive. You see what I mean? Which means that you wanna illustrate a storm, so you use timpanis and cymbals and brass and loud sound. So it's a description of the thing. Is an illustration of the thing. While in the Oriental culture, I study a long time in Morocco and in India, Moroccan music, Arabic music, Indian music. And is not this the approach? When you want to illustrate, you don't illustrate. You recreate the emotions which are behind the phenomenon. So the music I've heard in this second intervention are more, I think, are more illustration. So I don't see a direct link with the water. So when I said that water inspired some of my composition, I tried to capture the real movement, the actual physical movement of the water. And I also have to say that I don't make this distinction, holy water and non-holy water. Everything in this world comes from God, I believe, whatever God, whatever name you want to give it to. And so everything is holy, or nothing is holy, because if everything is holy, then there's no need to make a distinction between what is holy and what is not holy.
Thank you very much, Anelo. Now I will go to Lucian. Same question.
Yes, for me, to give the idea of water, I have maybe two ways. One is the rhythm. As Anelo was saying, rhythm is very important in music. Also for me, it's one of the most important parts of my music. And waves have a special rhythm. If you think about it, some waves are faster and some are slower. So in the music that I showed you earlier, Flux, this last one with the piano and flute, I was using the idea of waves in the melody of the flute to illustrate how the melody of the flute goes from the lower register to the high register and then goes back, same like the tide, which is actually a bigger kind of wave. This was in the Flux case, and in the other case that I showed you, the soundtrack for the animation, the water was not actually illustrated, but it was, what I did there was a special orchestration. So I choose some instruments which, for me at least, give me the impression of a watery effect. And in combination with the modes that I used, the whole tone scale, which is similar to Slendro in my opinion, then this is how I thought to recreate the idea of water in my music. Of course, there are also other ways, but this is something maybe easier to understand. Other composers, like my mentor, I was saying earlier, she used the idea of fluidity. So not actually the water atmosphere sound, you know, but the fluidity, the idea of fluidity and the homogeneity. So this is what I think.
Thank you, Lucian.
Can I add
Yes,
a little
please,
something?
please.
Yeah, there's a famous Indian singer which used to practice by sitting in front of the ocean. And then he would sing what is called tanas, tanas, fast movement of notes, this kind. And so he would follow the movement of the sea, the movement of the waves, the way it advances and it retracts, and he would build his notes exactly mathematically on the flux of the waves.
Yes, thank you very much for those answers. Very interesting on how the approach of different composers towards the same source, like saying water as a source of inspiration, how you interpret it in different ways. Some of them may look at the waves, some of the fluidity, sometimes at the idea. It's really a personal choice of how you want to read the water. And we have one more question, time for one more question. This is for Lucian from Dwi Jaksara.
Yes.
I personally find myself leaning towards classical arrangement. It expresses much more emotion in a compositions such as the ones from Debussy, especially his work during Romantic era. And that got me curious, in your opinion as a composer, what do you think is the most common challenges that you face in composing an arrangement, and how do you overcome those challenges?
Well, I think the question is regarding the orchestra as a Western orchestra. I don't know, in my opinion, a Western orchestra doesn't necessarily expresses much more emotion than gamelan, for example. It just depends, you know. You can do very, very emotional music with gamelan, same like you can do with a Western orchestra. But the challenge is in arranging, it depends who you are arranging it for. If you are arranging it for yourself or for somebody else, because when you work with somebody else, then you have this situation when you must please the other person, you know. So many times in the case of, for example, film music, the film director asks you something, but maybe he doesn't actually know so much music, so he cannot really explain to you what he really wants. So you have to decode this problem, and this is a very big challenge, because you never know if what you do as an arrangement is what the film director actually wanted. But if you, for example, if you arrange it for yourself, then I think the challenge is that you have to be happy with what you do. You have to be satisfied with the final result, and then you will hear the final result only when the music is performed by our orchestra, you know, because otherwise what you hear on the computer, it's not necessarily 100% the reality. But this comes with experience, you know, so when you write a lot for orchestra and people play your music, then slowly you discover what sounds good and what not, even when you write it by yourself without the help of to hear the orchestra live.
Thank you very much, Lucian. I'm very sorry for the attendants that raised questions that due to the time we have to close our second session. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our second session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the speakers presenting, whether in person in this room or virtually, for their wonderful thoughts. To conclude this session, allow me to deliver a bit of my own conclusion. After going all around the world with speakers from Bali, from Europe, from Asia, now let me take you back, going back to Bali. If you go to Bali, remember to visit Ubud. This global village lies on the Champuan, or intersections of two rivers, Waslanang and Waswadon, the male and female river, where it's believed that it creates life. Besides being a popular touristic destination, it is important to understand why Ubud was built near the rivers or source of waters. Ubud was founded by Idarasi Markandeya, a notable priest, which through his bisama or religious command states that this place will become the Ubad, or medicine of many people, broadly defined. Hence, it will carry the name of Ubud. The great spiritual leader realized the importance of water as a source of life. From that moment forward, Ubud has become a source of medicine for its people and a locale for creative artworks. Water is a source of life and also an inspiration for humans. If water is polluted, then all of life will die along with it. There will be no more inspirations, hence artworks will become extinct. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much from our moderator for today, for the first session and also second session. Here we are in Bali-Bhuwana Waskita 2, Arga, Tirta, and Siddhi, Energy of Water and Related Creative Prospects. Well, all ladies and gentlemen, so we have already finished for the session with the invited speakers. We would like to say thank you very much for all of the informations and all of the discussions, the questions, and also answer. And we will continue for our presenters, for the call paper presenters, which will be 2 rooms will be available. And for our first moderator in the room 1, it will be Ibu Nyoman Lia Susanti SSMA, and also in the second room we have Ibu Niputu Tisna Andayani SSM Hum. And for that time, so we would like to invite to all of the call papers of the presenters. And we also would like to inform you again for the certificates and the link of the certificates and attendance list. So please check for the chat rooms by Zoom. Thank you very much, and I will give the time fully to our moderators in each room in the breakout room. Thank you.